Good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Is there a motion to accept this report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Did we get one proclamation on this morning?
No, sir.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, April 25th, 2024 at 3:40 p.m., and a supplemental agenda was posted on Friday, April 26th, 2024 at 3:35 p.m.
Thank you. Let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flag.
Please join the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas,
one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you. All right, if there's any members of the public who want to speak to court on business matters, please do so at this time. All right, seeing none, we will go to under item D, acceptance of county department head reports. And I'd like to start with item D11 with specialty court program monthly activity report from January through March. All right, Judge Swanton.
Good morning, Judge. How are you doing?
Morning, thank you for coming.
Judge, I have to tell you, it's still a little unusual for me to, or I feel a little unusual appearing before you and the other commissioners. I've known each of you in different individual capacities for so many years, with the exception of Commissioner Smith, but so it's a pleasure to be here this morning. Judge, this is my first time, so if I give you all too much information, please just tell me to shut up, and I'll be happy to do that.
Normally we don't do that on the first report, but the next one you'll catch hell for.
We just start out with it, right? We'll just
I do want to say Anna and Francis has kept us busy with budgets and employee evaluations for the last couple of weeks. We've been working steadily on that. As you all know, we handle, I guess, really kind of 5 different areas in our specialty court department, that being the mental health court services, the 3 specialty courts, and then the MAC assigned counsel, managed assigned counsel program. I can tell you we've been making a lot of headway in the mental health court services. I continue to be amazed by the numbers of mental health orders that are issued in this county. I think it's reflective of a mental health problem in our country in general, and certainly in our state. Shayla Wilyoung has been on board in that department as the coordinator of that department. She's been doing excellent work since January of this year. She's done a couple of new innovative things, has developed a working coalition of what she's calling the Mental Health Coalition. We had our second meeting this past Monday, and that's a group of mental health providers in the county and law enforcement officials getting together. Cody Blossman attended our last meeting along with a couple of deputies. It has developed into a program which we're trying to reach out to each other, get information to and from each other to try to solve problems that kind of might be practical issues for each department. And so we're, passing emails, phone numbers to each other so we have an easier way to contact each other. She is also developing some contacts with nursing homes because we found out they've raised some issues about emergency detention orders, and so we're going to try to meet with nursing homes across the county and discuss those procedures with them. And as the court knows, we recently met with officials at the VA to discuss some issues they had with EDO procedures. So we met with their staff and their psychiatric department, and I think gave them some good information and resolved some issues that had been ongoing. With respect to the specialty courts, Amy Lowry is our director of all 3 courts. I don't know how Amy does all that she does. She just does a fantastic job in the coordination of all those courts. She is the grant writer and has, there are a couple of resolutions that I'll have to present to you all at the end of this about grants, but she takes care of all that financial information. The mental health court specifically was nominated this year for a County Best Practices Award for innovative programming. The, quote, best practices is something I've also found out more about when we attended a conference a month or so ago. There's a whole huge standard of procedures that they call best practices, which really are guidelines for health court services, or especially courts in general, that the government hopes people follow, and it's amazing how detailed those are. And Amy does a great job of making sure we stay in compliance with best practices. We have attended several conferences. Amy has gone to a conference in Maryland in which local BHN folks went to, Prosper Waco representatives went to, and representatives from Waco PD went to discuss mental health issues, and she said it was a very impressive program, and they learned a lot and kind of coordinated with each other while they were there. You have before you our report about the 3 courts and the numbers of people involved in them. We currently have 19 people reporting in the mental health court that are active. We have 18 who are active in our Veterans Treatment Court, and we have 18 who are currently active in the DWI court. Those courts are designed in large part to hopefully ultimately save the county and taxpayers money, either by getting people treatment so that they're not continually showing up at jail and being incarcerated and being housed and costing everyone money. So we hope that they're doing that, and I think in large part that they are. They're also designed to try to not only get them out of jail earlier, but get them long-term treatment plans. And that's extremely important because, as you know, if they don't get those treatment plans, don't start seeking out treatment, get care, get medication, they're going to end up right back where they always are, on the street, criminal trespass or worse things, and ultimately in the county jail costing everyone money. So everything's really rocking along pretty well. I told Judge Felton the other day that I was surprised by some of the things that I do as the judge of those courts, a lot of administrative things that I wasn't quite aware of, but the staff is fantastic, and they have helped me get my feet on the ground, and we're running pretty well over there. So that is my report. I have more information if you want it, but that may be more than you need. I do have 2 resolutions that I think you have before you about 2 grants. They both are federal grants for a significant amount of money. The one for the DWI Drug Court is $905,576, and the one for the Mental Health Court is $977,604. As you know, those grants are administered by the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and they provide funds through that governing body. Those grants are audited. In fact, I think we have an audit due on July 25th of this year for one of those grants programs. So we're looking forward to presenting our information when that comes up. But we would ask the court to consider passing the resolutions that we have before you with respect to those grants. And with that, Judge, that's all the information I think I have for you. Happy to answer any questions you all might have.
All right, thank you. I'm not surprised that there's administrative things that you figured out after you got in there. If we would have told you all that, you wouldn't have taken the job. That's right. But you do have a great staff. One thing, to point out to the court as well, that a lot of those staff members, that's increased, but due to grants. And so it's important that we keep those grants coming.
That's correct. Most of those salaries are covered by grants.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, and so he who giveth can take it away, but we'll worry about that when the time comes.
Yes, sir.
But any questions anyone would have for Judge?
Just glad you're here.
Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it. I told Commissioner Perry that, I've known him since he was a young law enforcement officer, so that's a long time ago for both of us.
Just young period.
That's right.
Yep. All right. And Dustin, is that an action item on those resolutions?
It is, Judge, it's on supplemental, it's item
Okay.
C1.
All right, let's go to that supplemental under B1, and the resolutions are there. Any questions about those? If not, is there a motion to approve those resolutions?
Motion. Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. And on Judge Swanton's report, I would make a motion that we approve that for recording purposes.
Second.
I'd have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, may be excused.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay. All right, unless there's other direction, Dustin, I'm going to go back to the top of the reporting.
Yes, sir.
All right, under D1, Mr. Coker could not be here, but his report's in the package, and if you would like to hold it for him to report on it, or if you feel comfortable with it, you can take action on it.
Move to approve, Judge.
All right?
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you. All right, under D2, engineering monthly activity report for January through April 2024. Thane, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. You have my quarterly report before you. We've embarked upon a number of projects, bridges, low water crossings, roadways, dams. There's a number of them. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you had on any of them.
I know we have outside contractors on the Chapel Road project, but the feedback I'm getting from the community is very positive.
Good.
That they are very pleased about the team out there that's working and how polite they are, and they're very considerate of people trying to get in and out of their properties. They've already seen a big difference just by cleaning the ditches out that were grown up with a lot of hackberry and ash trees and those kind of things. So, and then also the crews have explained, and that most of them have seen these, what it's going to look like when it's finished, but they emphasize that this is going to be a much safer road and easier to get in and out of your properties, which is quite dangerous getting out of some of those properties. But just wanted to pass that along, and if you
Thank you,
would
Judge.
pass that on to them.
I will. Thank you.
Any other questions about any of these projects? All right.
Let me,
Yeah.
Thane, real quick, on the Hatch Road,
Yes, sir.
are any of these really that deal with low water crossings or I guess bridges and things? Where are we on any type of federal funding or infrastructure? The infrastructure funding, is it possible that some of that could be secured through that? I was looking at the cost of the Hatch Road, the estimated cost of construction, and then, of course, then you've got the cost of the design engineer and everything on it, so
Correct.
those are all possibilities?
With my discussions with Dustin, there's still a little bit of federal money left that we've not allocated, and so it's possible that some of that money could be used on the Hatch Road low water crossing. I would ask Dustin or Francis to chime in on that.
Well, and I know the priorities, and that crossing is functional. It's not ideal, but it's
Yeah.
functional, so.
Right.
It might, I don't know where it would fall on the list of priorities when we start delving into excess funds and everything.
Right, and there's also a time element as well for it to be
Right, exactly.
completed by the end of
Exactly.
'26, I believe.
But now, we're talking about the ARPA funding, right? ARPA funding?
That's what I assumed you were
Yeah,
talking about.
but isn't there also an infrastructure act?
Yeah,
that
and
passed that we're looking at perhaps a third
We
party?
did. So Dustin, if you'll go over that, he and I,
Right.
we just talked about it, so it'll be fresh on his mind.
Yes, and so, Zane has looked at this too. A lot of those funds, federal funds are flowing through the state, through tax dollars. And so Zane has identified some of those opportunities with bridges and other areas, but the low water crossings is a fit in ARPA. We had allocated, I think, right at 2.5 million for the water crossings, and after, there's East Ranger Road and, just drawing a blank on the first one.
There was Trading Post Road.
Yes, so with those two, and then the other projections, they're still around, I think, $1 million to $1.5 million available in that allocation. And so, as Zane said, if it meets the timing requirements, we can actually get it obligated by the end of this year, then we could proceed as long as the construction will be done by 2026. But the other federal funding, under the infrastructure, we had a TLC, was the group we brought in, we ended up having to terminate that agreement with them just due to no action, and we put another RFP or RFQ out, to correct me on which one it was, and it was too broad, and so we're to the point now where if we want to bring a grant consultant in to help us, we would have to have a specific project and then do an RFQ on that specific project. We can't just have a general, broad administrator for grants, because that would then jeopardize the federal funding for actually paying for that grant administrator services. Ken, is that all correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And
If
Commissioner,
there are specific projects, we can bring those forward individually, do an RFQ to select the grant administrative firm. That would then allow those administrative services to be paid for through the grant, through the federal grant. But Zane has started identifying those bridge projects where we think it's probably, seems like the process Zane's going through now is probably the best one for us at this time.
Okay, okay. So the possibility does exist of bringing in a grant writer, but we have to be very specific as to what it is we're asking for then.
It would be on a specific grant and a specific project.
Or a specific, okay.
And at that point, we would inform Congressman Sessions and more likely on the House sides of the congressman to help push that along, help us through the path of it, which he's willing to do. And both Senator Cruz's staff have been by and Sessions, and there is a lot of money out there, future for infrastructure, and so trying to figure out which projects we fit under is a key to it.
Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome. And as you recently became aware of the Dowell Road, which will be another low water crossing in the near future, so.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Now, is there a motion to approve Zane's report for the purpose?
Second.
Motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, passed. Thank you, Zane.
Thank you.
Zane. Appreciate you.
All right, next, under D3, County Veteran Service Office, monthly activity report from January through March. Morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Davis.
Good morning, gentlemen. Looks like we have a little bit of an uptick on surviving spouses from deceased veterans that are starting to have a little trouble keeping properties, as well as just keeping their income after losing the veterans' source of benefits. Some of them are approved for compensation, surviving spouse compensation benefits, but a lot of them here lately have not been. So we've been having a little bit of community issues and trying to transition and help with either tax burden maybe getting an attorney to maybe help them with disagreement on their tax increases, property value tax increases, because the only time that they would get a full 100% tax exemption is if the veteran was at 100% and they are approved for dependent identification compensation, then they would transfer over from the state. So that's been kind of a little bit of an uptick there that we're kind of noticing. And I guess the other is, basically the PACT Act, which is a new legislative approval on respiratory and hazardous material and exposure during the Gulf Wars. And so we're also seeing a lot of claims there that we are just kind of having to get a better handle on, because a lot of it is there's some established presumptive illnesses that they've already been acknowledged, but then there's some other diseases that are somewhat close, but they're not necessarily presumptive in the classification. So we've been having to appeal some of those. And I guess the Asian population is still a little bit of a problem. We got veterans that are needing assistance, and they've never signed up. So I think I'm going to be running a news article to make sure and get the older veterans signed up. We just got a lot of veterans that are not. There's about 60% of the veteran population that have never signed up for VA services. And so now they reach a position where they're in need for transition out of the home, or at least home health care services. And they could take advantage of benefits, but because they're not signed up, we're having to kind of hustle to try to get that done. And that's kind of been a little bit of a trend also that we're noticing with trying to get those veterans approved. And then once they are approved, there's a priority code, and sometimes they may not be eligible for respite or for personal home health care. And so then it still becomes an issue of money and how they can stay in the home, or are they going to be transitioned out, and if Medicare or Medicaid's going to be involved. So it's, but those have been the challenges here in the last quarter that I've really kind of noticed.
If there's any issues with the agency that when you feel like that there should be support for the veteran and it's held up in a agency, let us know, and we might be able to help push that along through.
Okay.
Our
I mean, APS has been very, very helpful with some of the issues, but like I said, a lot of it, unfortunately, it's just the income, just the loss of income and the change of lifestyle, and just the negative cash flow positions that some of the surviving spouses are falling into. And then, of course, with the property tax increases, it's kind of caused some issues there too. And of course, everything else, just inflation in general.
Yeah.
So it's been pretty challenging on some of that. We've been giving out more.
Didn't some of the recent legislation that passed or referendums or that were voted on in the state freeze some of those tax rates for surviving spouses or veterans or something?
That's correct, sir. The problem is the income issues, mostly. But then we do have some that are not 65 yet that are surviving spouses as well. Yes, sir.
Refresh my memory.
Yes, sir. Aid in attendance. Aid in attendance, it's a special monthly benefit that's given to a war veteran that is in need for medical assistance due to the loss of activities of daily living.
Aid and attendance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then DFAS.
DFAS is Defense Finance and Accounting Service. That's usually on retired issues or reserve or National Guard issues that involve retirement. And they usually come in, want us to help with the application process to get their benefits, or if they have an issue with their retired pay, or even if a surviving spouse comes in and has an issue with a survivor benefit plan.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Those
No, that's okay.
those acronyms thrown every once in a while.
Well, we're used to them.
I understand. What makes the world go round.
Any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve for recording purposes.
Second.
Motion been made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed. Thank you, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Steve.
Yes, sir.
All right, next, this would be the maintenance of equipment, monthly activity report from January through March of '24. Michael Graham. Oh,
Want to judge?
you don't look like Michael.
No, look like Michael? Again, January through March for maintenance of equipment. Jail repairs, we had 12 work orders requiring 34 labor hours. Radio repairs, that would include actual radio repairs, or tower repairs, or projects out for the new tower project. 81 work orders for 368 labor hours. And then equipment install, removal, and repair in the shop, 64 work orders for 123 labor hours.
I'd just like to take a real quick minute here. I think it's appropriate. The tower at Road and Bridge 3, there was a F2 tornado that came through Snyder Road and north of Tours there. And I pulled around and I totally expected that thing to be laying on the ground. And it was still standing, so. Yes.
Thankfully.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, it is engineered for that, so.
Yeah, I mean, it worked.
What kind of insurance we have on those?
Plenty.
Well, we don't own it, so.
So, what are you seeing? Are you seeing any trends in anything like, age of vehicles? Are we approaching a time that's going to be impactful, that we start cycling, or we do it regular? We try to keep up with that each year, but do you
Yes,
see
sir.
anything unusual? Or,
And I
know
think-
for a while, Tahoe's transmissions became real iffy at 150,000 or something like that.
Yes, sir.
That's where it started happening.
So, and I think we're going to have to add a couple to the budget this coming year, just to start compensating for that, to get these vehicles with higher mileage out sooner. But I believe after 2025, we're going to be in pretty good shape, is what it's looking like right now.
Okay. We sticking with the Tahoes, or is there?
Yes, sir.
We looking at anything else?
No, sir. Across the board, the Tahoes seem to be the better choice. You know.
Solid built vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Even longevity-wise,
Yeah.
with the transmission issues,
The transmission issues only appear, like I said, about 150,000 miles. We just really need to get them out of the fleet prior to that.
Okay. Anything else?
Yep. Yes, sir. Sign shop, January 4 sign orders, 34 signs for 2 departments. February 8 sign orders, 175 signs for 4 departments. March 5 sign orders, 59 signs for 3 departments. And then in the mechanic shop, January, we had 96 work orders plus 19 state inspections. We had 28,716 in outside repair costs. Of that, 16,770 was hail damage still from the 2023 hailstorm.
We've got claims on it filed, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. February, 91 work orders plus 13 state inspections, 8,700 in outside repair costs, 3,500 of that was hail damage from that storm. March, 81 work orders plus 11 state inspections, 12,300 in outside repair costs, a little over 9,000 of that was in the hail damage repair from that 2023 storm. So in 2023, at the end of the budget year, we asked for an additional 50,000 to cover all that hail damage. Unfortunately, we were not able to get that work done in that budget, so we ended up returning it to general fund. So I will need to do a budget amendment in the future to help cover those costs. All of the shops that we use were so backed up with that hail damage from everybody that we weren't even able to get them in there until this budget year. And we still have several we need to have repaired, but, you know, we can't send them all out at once because we only have so many spares, so we can only send a couple out at a time, and it's just taking that long to get those repairs done. So, other than that, that's where we're at.
Francis, you took notes on that?
Yes, and, you know, like you said, you know, less our deductible, we would have received money for those claims, and then, but due to the length of time it took to get them repaired right now, it crossed fiscal years, so we'll help you keep needing a budget amendment, we'll get that brought to you when needed.
Okay.
State inspections,
Yes, sir.
we do our own, we send them out?
We do our own.
We do our own?
Yes, sir.
Will we have to still do them after this year?
That's-
Is that going to be considered commercial, or?
They have not told us yet.
Okay.
They have, it's been very undecided, so we're still trying to stay up on that and figure out
Right.
as we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That it?
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Any other questions, comments? All right. Is there a motion to approve the report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bass, purchasing monthly activity report February through April. Morning. Morning, sir.
I think the biggest thing to report for everybody is that the bid for demoing 415 Columbus is out. We should be having a pre-bid next week, and then we'll have bids in a few more weeks on getting that done. You know, from your conversation earlier, I just wanted to bring up, when we sent out that RFQ for a grant manager and had to do away with it, I'll just say we learned a lot through that process. So that was not a futile effort, in that some of the stuff we found out going through that process. So I just wanted to bring that up.
It was frustrating, but glad you got something out of it.
Let me see. A lot of just regular business, looked at quite a few contracts. Big thing, and again, I know you already know this, but pretty much the tower project is complete.
Yeah.
Frank and Motorola will be here, I think, in a week or so to discuss that. There maybe we're kind of getting into, there's some telltale stuff left over, but mostly it's into repairs and not the actual towers project.
Yeah, construction, yeah.
Let me see. I've sat in on a lot of meetings with Brinkley Sargent and different departments discussing on their room space. We've been working with our contractor on North Crooked Creek and Tonk Creek bridges. We're having regular meetings trying to keep that project moving forward. You know, Zane and I are in on those, and Dustin are in on those meetings to.
That's the one that's been dragging along a little.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're making some progress. It's
Okay.
just, we're making progress.
Okay.
You may all know or not know, I will be looking for a new contract administrator that is out and being advertised right now. So
Okay.
hopefully we'll get a good person in that position. Then, you know, future stuff that I have a bid on the jail roof that I'll be releasing in 2 weeks. And then we have Holy Road Low Water Crossing that's being released next week. Some of the things that we've just been recently discussing is a parking lot at the fairgrounds, and we're trying to get a line on that and trying to figure out, we'll have a discussion on that, what we need to actually do there for our future. And TJ and I are working with
West?
consultant on
Consultant? Yeah.
the hail damaged roofs. And so that project will be moving forward here.
Out there?
No, well, I think there's like 7 buildings here around us.
And there's a leak in our building out at Tar-Texas Fair, too.
Oh, I didn't know about
Yeah.
that.
Show barn.
Okay,
Got,
we'll check into that.
yeah.
We, you know, a big project that we have coming forward is the ADA for the records building. Phase 1, we'll be doing the back side of the records building in a phase 1, and then we'll move to the front side of the building.
Which is bringing it to ADA compliance and all that, which is going to be a real challenge on that side because of the grade change. And
Yes.
What do you call backside now? You talking about Columbus or
Fourth Street.
Oh, 4th Street backside, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should be more specific.
No, that's fine. I was trying to get my bearings there.
That's the big, I have a whole lot of stuff going on, as you can see from my list, and I keep gigging Zane, he keeps adding to it, so.
Hey, Zane will do it.
Yes. But I'm, you know, working with TJ on different projects and Zane on different projects, so we're staying busy.
I bet.
That's about it, unless you have any questions.
Any questions anyone would have?
Couple real quick.
Yes.
The keying here at the courthouse, where are we? I know there were some issues with some of the,
We're having a conversation with them, this last conversation. I think TJ can add more to it, but we're looking for a backer plate for the locks, or for the handles, and we're working on that right now for a design that kind of matches with the courthouse. So,
and then I mentioned this to the judge, and this may be a TJ question, I'm not sure, between the two of you. I noticed yesterday, the third-party vendor for Encore, they pulled into our building here on Columbus.
oh,
And had a lot of wire on the back of their truck. Are they just now running that across the back?
I'm going to tell you that may be a TJ question.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I didn't see them.
Yeah, there was a couple of big.
I thought
don't
that
remember
was already
That
done.
third-party vendor that works for them, that does all their runs, and it looked like,
Yeah.
because they had a lot of cabling, a lot of wire on the back of their truck when they pulled in there.
I will share, I thought that was already done.
I did too.
So that's why, you know, we kind of held off making sure all that was taken care
Yeah.
of. But TJ may have a better
Okay,
answer.
that's great. We'll check with them. Thank you.
And since this is a public meeting, I will again repeat what you said about you having an opening,
Yes,
or and somebody that knows how to do detail work and work with vendors,
Contract.
contractors, I mean. Yeah.
contracts and bids. I
And
mean,
bids, yeah.
that's really what someone that has a good sense of working on bids.
Yeah.
Again, we have a lot of them.
Yeah, sure do. Sure do. Okay. All right, anything else? All right, I'll make a motion, we approve Ken's report for recording purposes.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you, sir. All right, next, speaking of TJ Jackson, is he gonna be on TV? There he is.
There he is.
Look like
Channel you on?
I thought he was an 8-point when I first looked at him. Morning, morning.
So before you have my typical quarterly report, there was nothing too crazy and out of the norm. Order numbers look real good. Just discussing some of the projects that you guys just talked about, Ken's 415 commissioner group that was going in there was likely a communication group. There was one communication wire running across the building that ties back into the store home that they had to take care of. But all the power through Encore has been done for a couple of weeks now. So we'll have to verify with the local partners just to make sure that's what they were taking care of.
Well, somebody opened the gate for them.
Yeah, I noticed that. Somebody called me right after it was done and said, "Hey, the gate's unlocked, what's going on?" I said, "Well, I have no idea. I hadn't heard it all." Of course, they do have their own lock over there.
Oh, okay.
so they're probably able to get in. Like Kim was mentioning, we have a lot of upcoming projects that we're going to kick off of this summer, so we're really excited about all those. It's going to be a heavy summer as far as projects go. And then, of course, the ADA project at the Records Building. I'm not sure that we'll kick it off this summer. It's probably going to be early fall with the way the design looks right now. But that'll be a good one to kind of close out the year with. Other than that, we had some hail damage and some wind damage at First Ridge 3, so we're working with contractors to get that stuff taken care of. And everything else is just kind of a typical year. We're just running as fast as we can.
How is utilization of the office we bought on 12th Street working out?
1211 is working out
1211,
great.
yeah.
Yes, sir. So the entire first floor is inhabited right now with folks from the DA's office, and then we've got a small section on the second floor that has some specialty court personnel in it. So we've still got, probably about 80% of that second floor that can be utilized for another user group once the need arises. So we're definitely looking at ways to utilize that as well.
Parking's all right down there with it?
Yeah, parking's been pretty good so far. They haven't had any complaints. That back lot is really nice, and it's secure for the most part, so
Good.
It's been good.
And are they able to exit out of the back yet, or with everybody going back out onto Washington Avenue to go out?
Right, yeah, everybody's coming out of Washington for right now. We've taken a look at that automatic opener that's back there. We're just going to have to replace it completely.
Okay.
So we're working with a vendor right now to look at that.
And we asked the city, and may have to ask them again, to try to clean that alleyway up a little bit, dress it up a little. It's not too bad. But,
It's not too bad. They came through and did a few things
did?
several months back. So
Okay.
it's really helped quite a bit.
all right, good. Okay, anything else? Any other questions for TJ?
Yes. I'd like to say thanks to TJ and his crew for coming out Friday and securing our building. It was, the doors were not secure and they were jammed up pretty bad. And, they were able to get the building secured very quickly. So I appreciate that very much, TJ.
It was our pleasure. We got very lucky that the damage was minimal as it was, so very fortunate.
Okay. And one other thing, TJ, the next time the space allocation group meets, if we could work on some timelines on these projects, on the ones that we're most interested in, which is Columbus Avenue, the old bus stop, bus yard, and a few others. If we started out using timelines, I think we need to get back and do that again. And we can add, we can add the project to the records building onto that too.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to approve the report for recording?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you, TJ. All right, next, let's see, Virgil Bain, this is pretrial services. I don't know that he is coming in, but it's a pretty standard report that he produces each month. You can kind of see bond activity and all those things on here. And we can ask him to come in, or if you're comfortable approving the report as is, we can do that as well.
I make a motion to approve his report.
All right, I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, next, health services, monthly activity reports from January through March. Call on Heather Travers. Good morning.
Good morning. So, pretty standard report, nothing out of the usual going on. We started, a project of kind of expanding our services to the rural areas, just pretty much making sure that folks out in the community knew that we were here, and I appreciate Commissioner Smith and Perry for providing me a list of contacts for your areas. In this first quarter, we've made 133 individual contacts, and these are with city administrators, schools, churches, just other organizations in the community. So this is something we'll just keep going throughout the year, but I think our biggest impact was this first quarter. So some good work came out of those initiatives as well. City of Golson, we were able to connect with Shepherd's Heart. Now they're going to have an ongoing food distribution out in their community. So not only were we telling them about our programs, but some of our community partners that we work with, so that those resources were also expanded out into those areas as well. And then moving along to our number portion of our report, I did something a little different this quarter and kind of gave you a total number of clients served in the quarter. You kind of see that through, each program that's broken down, but I thought it was, kind of powerful to see that one large number of how many individual clients that we've worked with just in the first quarter of the year, which is 1,038 across our programs. 274 individual case management services, and those are referrals to other organizations or assistance with applications. So those are kind of things that are qualified as case management. That's above and beyond what we do with our basic county indigent health care program. If you look at our chart there for total number of clients served annually, you'll see that for FY24, we've exceeded this year, we've surpassed what we served totally in FY20 and 21. And then budget-wise, we're right on track with all of our expenditures, and that's about all I've got. Any questions?
On the pauper cremation program, everything going okay there?
Yes, sir. I was going to visit a little bit about that later today. We've changed our referral process to where all referrals are coming within the department rather than through other entities such as our contracted funeral home. So changing that process, we've seen a real benefit of just making sure that the information being shared about their program is accurate and correct, that we're, spending resources on appropriate referrals, if you will, able to kind of screen those out in the beginning, the ones that aren't necessarily going to qualify. So it's really been able to improve our time resources.
Okay. I like the data on clients served, and so we can see trends and those kind of things.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that.
So back to your cremate, I like the data on the cremations.
Yeah.
That's obviously saving us quite a bit.
And next quarter, I'll do a comparative. Usually I put a comparison in there. This time I didn't, but I'll throw that back in there just so you can kind of see historically where we're going with that.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve for recording purposes.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
All right, under D9, Information Technology, Monthly Activity Reports, January through March, Mr. Don Carter.
Good morning. I swear I won't go over every detail in here. It's a little long compared to the rest I saw. Spring cleaning initiative, so I wanted to go over the highlights a little bit. We had 2 departments who actually reached out to us through that initiative. Pretty good for our first shot out. One other thing we are doing is all of our technicians, when they're out in the field, they're actually asking people, hey, do you have anything that we can get rid of for you, or auction, or repurpose? So it's going to be a spring, summer cleaning, sort of. But next year, I think we'll look to build that out even a little more, because the HR department's been helping us out with some of the marketing and kind of building around a whole spring cleaning theme, hopefully. And we'll do a little more with that next year, I think. I'm not speaking for the HR department, sorry. The Microsoft 365 rollout went very well. That was only phase 1, as if you may remember. The biggest phase is phase 2 this coming year, as licenses age out for the old stuff that we have. And then phase 3 of year 3. The only note there really is there are some folks who didn't want to move initially, either because they felt like it wasn't right for them, or their staff weren't moving at the same time. They felt like they wanted to be on the same version. So to maximize that, we are making sure, first of all, that they don't want the license. If they don't, then we're just reallocating to someone else who can use it. So we are using or will be using all of our licenses very soon. Improved service delivery. One of the things we did, we looked at our help desk, our service desk, and found that we need to change around some of the way we do things to take more advantage of our new system and to serve our population better. Population being our internal employees, of course. So some of our challenges, a first world problem here, but our space is very tight now that we're fully staffed. So TJ and the maintenance of building are getting quotes out to build out that second floor of the rest of their space up there. And we hope to move a few people up there because we have a few people in our server room who are in there with a halon system, and should that ever go off, we would have a real problem up there. That stuff is not breathable, it is chemical. And we're just tight all the way around. We got people crammed into every nook and cranny in our office. Service desk procedural and workflow changes. We have been changing things up. Of course, change is always good, but like Fifth Street being tore up last year for 8 months, it is going to cause a little disruption in how we get things done initially. Our project management office build out, sort of the same thing there. We're looking at doing some automation, and Roger's already started with that, our new senior project manager, and looking at how we take in projects, because projects really have come. Before this, they've just come every which way you can imagine. They stop Timothy on the corner and ask him if they can have something. They call in. They sometimes actually submit a ticket asking for something. But we're working on a funneling process so that all comes in via a standard process, and then we can analyze those in a standard way. Sort of like when people, for instance, come to HR and ask for a position, right? We need some way to evaluate those and see, is this something we can do? Is it something we already have an answer for? Is it something we need to build out? So just to make sure we're using our resources better in that regard.
And, you know, and response time not to suffer from that too, right?
Absolutely. Because projects are all different sizes.
On response, y'all are doing really good, and putting more processes and policies around that might slow it up.
Yes. This is truly, it's meant for the bigger projects, but it will, we're going to have a two-phase process there where we divide it into either a very small project or a larger project. Okay. If it's small, it really gets more ticketed rather than a project. But the bigger projects, then yes, they need a little more analysis. We need to make sure we're planning correctly so we don't waste funds. So again, the Microsoft 365 email conversion, I already spoke on that really. Increased demand for IT services and IT project management. If you build it, they will come sort of situation there. Now that we have a PMO, we're seeing we have more projects coming to us, a lot of them lately, and we'll see that a little later, mostly audio-visual, wiring projects, that sort of thing. Surveillance cameras, in other words.
Right.
Very quickly go down the selected project list. 365 is in progress. It is on track. It is doing very well. The 4 Tyler projects, they're in progress. We are really just beginning those, so we're just getting the project schedules for all of those. OpenGov, or what used to be called Cartograph for the road and bridge crews. We're on track there. We're really getting pretty close to going live with that. We had a couple of adjustments to that, and we're working with our engineering department with a GIS component of that. NeoGov with HR's applicant tracking system. That's getting close to completion too. We're thinking May, possibly early June for rollout of that. And because we're looking at some integrations with some of the products we already have. And the treasurer's office, we're doing a database upgrade there. They've had some, and this is part of our discovering process. We have some folks that are doing some things out there sort of independently, and we need to make those enterprise so that things are safe, backed up, more redundant, so we don't lose data. And one small change is we're looking to, in our cybersecurity realm, when people call in and want some sort of change, for instance, to their password or adding a user, removing a user, we're now starting, and we will roll this out in more of a policy that you'll see coming up in a session, but We're asking for ID on those kind of things, to people to ID themselves by maybe their employee ID or something like that. Much like you probably, I'm sure HR or auditors have seen this scam where people call in and want to change their direct deposit, but we've got to make sure those people are actually who they are, because that can really affect people. The jury management tool, we're still on track with that, on track being probably a couple of years behind of what we were planning originally, but we're getting there. We're closing in on our, hopefully, decision time for that. The annex courtroom audio-visual upgrade, that's been completed. Commissioners Court audio-visual upgrade has been completed as of last week. We're actually running that session. This is the first Commissioners Court running with a new AV setup. And the Highway 6 training move has been completed. And Commissioner Smith, I believe you brought up some issues with the audio being, for this Commissioners Court, it being very hard to balance between the online participants and in the courtroom. We've made some adjustments already in the setup because they did find some issues when we got the equipment set up. And them being outside the courtroom now, I think will help them, because being in the courtroom, it's very hard to tell what the volume here is really like when people are watching online. So that should help them, because they can hear both volumes now at the same, through the same meeting platform.
I appreciate that.
And we'll, of course, continue to monitor that.
Just turn them both all the way up.
And there's something I did not put in the report, but I wish to put in the report for the record. I've been thinking about this, and we're one of the service departments. We serve virtually every department in the county. But we also get service from some of our departments. So I'd like to give a couple of shout outs to our HR department, because we are now fully staffed. And in this quarter, we moved our last people in. Last person was February. So that happened this quarter, that we got fully staffed, and they've been very helpful. Angelica is our usually point person over there, and she's done very well helping us interview and go through candidates. And maintenance of buildings actually fixed our golf cart, got a horrendous flat after going by.
What are y'all playing golf for? We got too much to do around here.
I think they were coming back from the sheriff's office with something, and got a flat, and we had to literally tow it into the Sally Port under the old downtown jail, and then maintenance of buildings fixed it for us and didn't even charge us for the flat repair.
That's pretty good.
So TJ and his crew helped us out a lot on that one.
Good.
The data, so I provided Q1 and Q2. Q1 being October through December of '23, and Q2 being January through March of '24. And we're just getting set with our analytics, with our new analytics program with our Manage engine. So we won't have really good comparative data until we get to about a year into this, but we can compare quarter to quarter now. And the first pages you see there are just graphs of our projects and what's been completed and projects initiated each quarter. And as we update that, it'll become more useful, I think, in future sessions. Our IT services come up next for our service desk. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. It's pretty common for us to have the things broken out this way. As you can see, from quarter one to quarter two, there really wasn't much change. Same thing for, if I can get to it here, the support breakdown for Q1 and Q2. As you can see, software is always the big one. Now, that was exacerbated by the 365 rollout. That was huge, since it affects every user in the county, so that's a little higher than usual. And that'll, of course, spike again January of '25 as we do phase 2 of the rollout. Requests by department. This is, again, very typical. There's nothing too surprising here. The jail or sheriff's office and the jail all combined, and HR are always our main source of tickets. Comings and goings of employees. The jail just has so many people and so many machines that it requires a lot of IT time. And we do have a budget request coming forward to address the sheriff's office and the issues over there. Nothing wrong, it's just that there's a lot of tickets, so we're looking at a possible personnel add there. Now, our categories of help desk tickets, again, are pretty standard. That's pretty common. The way they're broken out there. Email support's usually number 1 or number 2, computer, hardware support, software support, user account services. Those are always our biggest amount of tickets. And this next graph is really just showing the user in and out. And what that means is employees being added or removed for coming into the county or going. It does also include, though, any user who's changed department and that sort of thing. So it's not all coming and going. But from what we've seen, about 90% of the activity here is from either someone entering the county or leaving the county employment. The website statistics, again, not much surprising here. The top ones are always the tax office, public records searches, and the civic alerts when we have our news items. The email, this one's new for us, so we don't have great data on whether this is normal yet or not. We've only had this email system for about 3 months now. So as we get, again, through this a little deeper into the data, it'll make more sense. The other one is just our internet bandwidth. The internet bandwidth usage, truthfully, not much to report there. We haven't seen any issues with our bandwidth yet.
Do we have enough?
We do at the moment. We still, next May 28th, I believe, is the date for, scheduled for turn-up of the new services. So we do not have our, excuse me, we're moving from half a gig to a gigabit internet connection at both here in the Cobb's facility for data transfers. That'll happen 28th of May. I could be wrong about that date, but it should be last Tuesday in May. The annual cybersecurity training, the list you have here is the folks that are 100%, departments that are 100% as of March 31st. Some of those could have been completed since then. And as you know, we're having a more in-depth cybersecurity in the executive session. I'll move to the Archives Department quarterly report. If anybody doesn't have any questions on the IT portion at this point. Sorry, I'm trying to move fast.
Yeah, go ahead.
There we go. Selected projects. There is so InfoLinks. So that's the barcoding system they have in Archives, and that's the one they've got all the DA files now entered and barcoded. So that's exciting. They're training the DA staff to be able to look those up so they can get those when they need them.
And we're talking about past history.
Yes, and we continue to enter stuff as it becomes available.
But we've gone back in perpetuity.
Yes. Everything, for the criminal.
For the criminal. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's good.
The DA.
That's great.
So what that means, of course, it's all barcoded, so they can look it up on their own system then, the DA can, or whoever in the DA's office, and then request those files electronically, and we can get those to them faster.
Fantastic.
Serves them better. They're working on the county clerk now. And the county clerk will be both criminal and civil. Just trying to see if there's anything of note there. So space available, this came up last few sessions, Judge. This next chart you can see shows the space management in linear feet.
Right.
So starting January 1st, which was our first measurement, we had 8,239 linear feet available in the archives. Then at the end of the quarter, March 31st, March 30th, we had 7,759. That's a difference of 480 linear feet lost. So we've added that much in files. We do continue to shred as best we can.
So where are you on, because that was going to be one of the questions at the end, your continued look at the retention list and when they come off and that make space available, physical space available.
Yes. So yes, they've always kept up with that, and we've always been shredding on schedule where we're not behind or anything like that. So that's all in That's all been done well, and that is going to be another budget item that will come up, again, a personnel request, is the ability for us to free up space is literally the ability to scan these files in to get them digitized. That's what holds up anything as far as saving space or creating space. It's not the actual shredding, the physical shredding, that's easy. We have a company come and do it. That takes nothing. But there's two things that affect that. It's how you can digitize files and then what the retention period is by law.
Yeah.
So where we can change that is how we digitize. Right now, they have a scanning person and they have 3 people that scan files, basically. One is a dedicated scanning clerk, and then a scanning lead, and then Claire herself also scans stuff in. We will be coming with a budget request for another scanning clerk, and that should literally add a third of the speed to scanning stuff in. And then there will be several files, we don't have a measurement yet, but there will be many files that we can get rid of and free up space then.
How does adding a person, if you don't have the machine for them, you have to add another scanner?
Yes, we'll have to add a high capacity scanner.
Person and a scanner.
And a scanner.
Yeah, sorry, there will be an equipment request as well.
Okay.
But these scanners aren't, I better not put out a number because I'm not right. But it will be in the budget request, you'll see we put everything in there, the person, the equipment they would need and everything.
Okay.
Those next few charts you'll see are just boxes scanned, boxes shredded, excuse me. And we'll, of course, again, these are first measurements for everything. So as we go quarter to quarter, we'll start comparing those, and you can see, make sure that we're still shredding on at a certain pace. And then beyond that, we move to the research category in archives, which is just work that they're doing for any of the folks who ask, our customers. And Q1 versus Q2, you can see there was not much change in the volume, just change in which months that people wanted research done. Those are the blue, green, red are just October, November, December, and then January, February, March. And not sure why they request it in certain months more than others, truthfully. And not sure it matters, truthfully, because it's not overwhelming us. There's no request there. There's no pain point, if you will. We're handling the request very well.
No delays.
Not that I know of. No one's complained. We have Kerry McGuire is our main research person, and he's able to handle those requests along with his other work. With that, I would take any questions, if you have any more.
The only thing I've got is, well, a couple things, but you mentioned that in the spring cleaning, 2 departments requested help, or why only 2?
Well, that was 2 from our email marketing effort that we sent out. 2 reached back out to us by themselves to ask for cleanup of some sort.
Right. So if
Equipment, they were both equipment requests to get rid of older equipment.
Okay. And then the other thing is you pretty well covered, but one of the things I mentioned in the spring cleaning was, this was like to the departments requesting that they look at paper documents they're keeping in their office, that if they were eligible to go to archives, that maybe if they needed help, that Claire would have a team come over and look at that.
Yes.
Because I know they helped in the JP office and those things, which is, they learn a lot by doing that. So with all the tools available to us, and especially with things like the barcoding for quick access to the documents, ought to give some comfort to the people to let go of things and get them over there. I would say maybe Ken put a moratorium on buying physical metal files to put in people's offices, and take out as many of them as you can, because if you have a file that's sitting there, somebody's going to put something in it. And getting some of this paperwork out of people's hands and going all the way back into banking, it was like you had to pry it out of their cold, sweaty hands to get it into a file outside that office. And that's back when, it's harder to get information back. But I think that space is valuable. If you've got so many square feet and it's just used to stack papers in, that's not a very good return on that. And when we have to add more space, and I don't, you say, and I know you're tight down there, but let's just say there's an office that says they need more room, but you go down there and you see things in there that really don't need to be in there, and they're asking the court to spend $500 a square foot to expand it, and all the other things that come with it. So anyhow, I think we need to really focus on pushing harder, and it's kind of our job as a court to really encourage that with at least the department heads, elected officials, or you know how they are. And
Yes.
we have to set an example, and I'm not a good one, because if you look at my desk, it's piled up, but I guarantee you if there's anything I hadn't touched in 4 or 5 days, probably needs to go in the trash can. So I've got to clean up my own office, but anyhow, I think it's a lot more important than we think it is to get these things in the right place.
Yes, and I would say to anyone out there who's listening, since we're broadcasting, that Archives makes 2 runs every day, and they'll make a special run if you really needed a file quick, so.
Yeah. Well, in constructing a new judicial center, we're going to really know how much space costs.
Yes.
And to build out space to stack papers in just doesn't make any sense to me, unless there's a good, solid reason to do it. And, I know me for one, I feel the court feels this way too, is there would be some pushback for anybody wasting space.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? All right. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Remember when we hired John, he said that these reports are too long?
Yeah, they're too long.
I think I remember that.
That's right.
I vaguely remember that every day.
Yeah.
So anyhow, I think it's a good report.
It is.
It has a lot of good information, and I appreciate all the hard work you've done. And the other thing I want to say is that the feedback I get from other department heads and elected officials about how well IT works with them and really helps them to fix problems and good solutions, those things.
Oh, I appreciate that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And if no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. I think, okay, on item D9B, yearly report, what's that on? That's,
Yeah, we just need to pull that with no action.
yeah. So it's a yearly report from who?
IT?
It was under IT, but it did not need to be there, so we can just pull it with no action.
Okay, cool, no action. All right, under D10, Human Resources, monthly activity reports, and we're through March. Anna?
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
So just a few things to highlight. My format for reporting remains the same. I try to give an annual look back, kind of year-to-date format with just period highlights for the last quarter, so January to March. Our turnover continues to trend downward, which is a good thing. We are, if we continue on this trend for the past quarter, for the full year, we're looking at a projection of 11% turnover for countywide personnel activity. So that's even slightly lower than pre-pandemic turnover. So great on that front. We're consistently chipping away at our vacant position count as well. And we are also happy to report that we had consistent employment applications numbers come in and didn't experience any interruptions with the implementation of the new applicant tracking system through NeoGov, which John mentions in his IT report that they assisted us in implementing. And so that NeoGov implementation, it's two primary or main pieces that were being implemented. The first is the applicant tracking system, which is the more robust side of the system, and then the second part is what is in progress right now, and that's the onboarding side. And so that's the system that helps us get all the information from a new hire in order to make them an official employee in our payroll employee system here in-house. So the application side is live and complete, and we have a brand new career portal. Again, we didn't experience any application interruptions. We had a steady flow of applications, and the application system itself was launched on time, and that was a lot of help from our IT department assisting us. And we had IT and the sheriff's office helping us with testing the application system, ensuring that applicants would experience a good, easy application process. And so that involved 3 jail administrators helped us complete applications as test candidates, as did IT. And then once we started involving other hiring managers, that process was made very smooth, just because IT helped with the single sign-on implementation or integration with NeoGov. So hiring managers were able to use their same login credentials as their desktop when they logged into NeoGov for the first time. So that made that transition very much easier. So NeoGov launch, contributing to that application flow, and we also initiated the court-approved review from compensation studies from our 2 compensation consultants we're working with now. That's a lot of data being compiled and communicated to both of those consultants. So much of that work has been done. They're working on our compensation study now. That's still on track for delivery at the end of this month. Of course, we'll notify the court if that changes for any reason. Looking at my notes. We wrapped up the 3-year initial term for our services through United Healthcare, and now we've renewed and we're into the additional year for United Healthcare, and we'll be monitoring those changes to our health plan.
So will there be an RFP proposal, RFP process next year or the year after? It's usually 3 and 2 years. 3 and 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
likely the next renewal, we'll be working with Ken to be sure we meet those.
Look forward to it.
Yay, Ken. Okay. Me too. The application, sorry, I didn't highlight the applications actually received. So this past quarter, the amount of applications received saw a slight uptick. We'll keep monitoring that. That is a slight uptick also. So in order to measure the effectiveness of our new application system, I kind of halted or paused any recruitment advertisement just to get a better picture. And we see that it is a helpful system, so we're likely going to jump back on recruitment advertisement here in this next quarter. to ensure we don't experience any dip now that we're on a uptrend for applications. Those are the primary highlights. I can take questions now from the court.
Any questions?
On the state of staffing recruitment, so in the second quarter, we had 1,063 applications? Is that what I'm reading?
Yes, sir.
Which made the year-to-date 4,252? And that's January through, or how is that?
That's our projection for the year.
That's your projection for the year?
If we continue with this
Okay.
kind of activity for the
Okay.
quarter, and I'd like to beat that number, again, that's without any advertisement, so.
Is there a way to, and I'm not saying break it down into what anybody is actually applying for, but separation out what just sheriff's office versus just general applications? Or how do y'all, is that broken out at all, or?
It is, I can run a report by job title.
Not necessarily, I was just curious, because I think the majority of our hiring is jail personnel and so forth. I'd be curious.
Didn't we hire we hired a firm to help us with jail staffing, correct?
Yes, that would have been in quarter one of the fiscal year. So that would have been, we would have seen the effects of that in October and November. And I previously, in the last activity report, I think reported on the results of that.
Okay, and so we're not using them anymore, it was just,
Right, that agreement has been completed and that recruitment effort is done.
Kind of along that same lines, right here where you've got the vacant positions, if you could maybe right under that, break it out by department.
Yes, sir.
And so that could be of them, like most of it's going to be jail, jail.
But it would be curious to see if the applications are matching up to where the vacancies are.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's typically always a lag or a difficulty in getting applications into professional or degreed positions. So, for instance, right now, Ken's contract administrator position, we've not received qualified applicants for that. Our ADA, our assistant district attorney, tier 3 position, we struggle to get applicants in that position. And our assistant county engineer position also. So those are those types of positions. That's where you'll see smaller number or smaller quantity of applicants.
And then, as we get towards budget, the graph that shows unemployment numbers,
Turnover.
Turnover rate, looks like we've hit a low since at least through 2018, which is good. And so we're thinking about putting some narrative around how we achieve that. And it's got to be salary adjustments, got to be part of it, right?
Salary benefits.
Benefits.
Right.
So
I'm really interested in seeing how our benefits stack up, especially on the health insurance side also.
Yep. I may be wrong, but I'm thinking they're going to stack up pretty good.
I mean, I feel the same way.
Yeah.
So, and when somebody says different, I'm like,
yeah.
I can create a timeline kind of just juxtaposed against this chart that kind of shows the compensation measures implemented at any particular year here on the chart, so we can see that timeline against it.
Okay.
And
then
as a narrative, to answer your question.
Okay.
is there any, do we get any feedback about the health plan? Or are we doing any surveys or anything like that? We haven't, when was the last time that we met with United Healthcare? Was that about a year ago or?
So their full year, kind of plan review, we did last year, and we're scheduling an end of May annual review. We don't do any formal surveys. The feedback we have is more anecdotal, just employees' personal experiences with it, and we've gotten good experiences described to us through the system. We've just a handful of folks experience a billing issue every now and then, but our account representatives are very responsive whenever we present anything like that to them. Typically, we have just a little bit of formulary-related feedback that we get whenever a new plan year comes about, but that's every year, and that was even with Scott and White. That's not necessarily related to United Healthcare.
Any other questions?
So I mentioned United Healthcare doing their annual review doing a plan review with them, and then we'll also in June bring Randy McGraw, ask him to present findings to court. We accomplished kind of one of those goals of increasing participation in our high deductible plan, and now we are definitely interested in hearing Randy's projections for the year following that change in participation.
Great. Me too.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Anna? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to accept for recording.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, under D1-2, Texas A&M Agri-Life, their reports in the package. No one here to give the report. We only accept the report for recording purposes, or ask them to present.
So moved.
All right, Mr. Jones made the motion to approve the report that's in the package for recording purposes, and Commissioner Perry second. If there's no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you. All right, going under D1-3, the county auditor, and D1-3A, presentation of annual comprehensive financial report from Francis Bartlett.
So I was going to talk a little bit about our annual financial report and then do a presentation. Are you okay with that now?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Can we have a break? 5 minutes?
Okay, yeah. No, I think we better, if we want to take one, better do that now. It might be too late. All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
something here?
All right, let's call court back in session. All right, I'd like to go, as I mentioned before, under D13A, presentation of annual comprehensive financial report and for fiscal year 23. And so, Francis, you got it.
So like you said, I've passed out a bound copy of our annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR, for fiscal year '23. And so, no, I've given you all a hard copy, but in addition, it is, the PDF of that report is always found on our county website under the auditor's office page, and you can find the current report as well as past year's reports if you ever need to reference those. So an ACFR, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, it is it's our final set of financial statements for the year. It must comply with accounting requirements that are established by GASB, which is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. So the purpose of it is to have a transparent document that also provides a detailed accounting of our financial records for the year. And these are things I've gone over in past years, but just want to reiterate. So there's 3 main sections to this report: an introductory section, then there's the financial section, so that's the meat of the report, and then there's the statistical section at the end. So we could go through, we could spend days talking through it, but so I'm going to hit some highlights today, and then we can continue to talk about it in other meetings if needed. The order of this report, what we include in each section, how everything is condensed, that's all based on governmental accounting standards. And so we have to be very careful that it complies with all of those standards. Our office compiles the report, and then our auditors, Patillo, Brown & Hill, our outside auditors, they audit our financial records as well as our document, and then once they are complete, then we await what we call our opinion letter. And you'll find the opinion letter on page 13 of your document. And so it's just a 3-page letter, but that second paragraph under opinions on page 13, where it says, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements. And so those next words are super important. Present fairly in all material respects, the respective financial position, blah, blah, blah. So that is what we wait for, and that's the opinion we want. And so we attach this to our report, validates that we have been audited and that our opinion is good. And so, again, that letter, most critical piece of our audit, that's what we await each year. So then we submit that report to GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. They review the report. There's a peer review process as well. And if it complies with all of the standards, then they issue what they call the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. And so 2022, the last report that was reviewed, that was the 38th consecutive year that the county has received that award. And so we would hope that this report receives that same award this year.
Well, we appreciate you and your staff achieving that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I probably wouldn't have pointed that out till next year, though. Make sure you pass this year.
So again, I'm just going to go over some highlights, just a few basic things about the report, about the financial statements, and then we'll look at some details.
Okay.
So if you look on page 36, starting with page 36, there are 6 pages of financial statements. So we have what we call the fund financial statements, and then we also have what we call government-wide. And then there's a reconciliation between those 2 statements. So the fund financial statements, and the fund financial statements are actually on page 38. They start on page 38.
Back to that, okay.
And they look similar to this. I just put a screenshot. I know you can't read that, but. And so the fund financial statements, that is where you see all of the major funds on the face of those financial statements, and then you have all your non-major funds summed up. And so that final column, you see other governmental funds. That's broken out later in the report, but that is a conglomeration of 100 funds there. And so, but the other funds are your major funds. So these are things we're used to looking at during the year. There's the balance sheet, and then I think that's on 38, and then on page 40 is the statement of revenues, expenditures, and change in fund balance. And so these are, again, what we're used to looking at each year. The most scrutinized piece of this report, of course, is the fund balance. And so you'll look at that, and of course, that's what we focus on a lot during budget time. But this is the ending report that's showing what is the ending fund balance for all of our governmental funds. These financial statements don't include any long-term debt, long-term receivables, long-term assets like capital assets, depreciation. This is just strictly revenues, expenditures, assets, and liabilities, short-term. And then if you flip back to page 36, I know I'm going through this kind of fast. So page 36 and 37, those are your government-wide statements. And so the government-wide statements, they present the financial position of the county as a whole. So it collapses all of our governmental activity as well as our proprietary funds, which are our health insurance funds. So you'll see on page 36, there's one page all collapsed into one column. It includes long-term liabilities, so all of our debt that is owed, as well as liabilities and assets related to our pension plan, our OPEB plan, and then we also add in capital assets, depreciation expense, and then our fines and fees receivable at year end for all of our offices that collect those types of revenue. So again, this combined like this, it makes it very similar to if you looked at a private sector business and what that looks like. Here, when you get to the bottom of the page, of course, then net position is what your ending number is. Very different than fund balance, but also very important. And so over time, that change in that net position number, that's a good indicator of where we are going, how we have invested our resources, how our revenues are covering our expenditures. And so a different way of looking at things, but at first glance, it's a good way for people that view our financial statements to get a glimpse of how we are, how we're moving forward. I wanted to go over, just because I think it is interesting, if you look at page 37, and I know this is a lot to take in. This is the statement of activities. So this is one of those government-wide statements we were talking about. And so this has incorporated all governmental funds, all proprietary funds, capital assets, long-term liabilities and assets. And so if you look on that left column, you'll see there all the functions of government. So we've collapsed everything into a function or program. And then you'll see the expenditures for the year. So you'll see there the $228,000. And then as you move across, so that is what it's costing us to fund each of those functions or programs. So those are state mandated, federal mandated services that you are providing, and that is the cost of each of those functions.
How much do you say?
So 228,000.
228 million?
You mean
28
million?
million, yes. It was a good year.
Yeah.
Yeah. 228 million.
Excuse me, million, yes, definitely million. And so then as you move across that sheet, you'll see the revenues that were collected that were directly associated with that function. So not just that the tax office was collecting tax revenue, it's an office that was, through their services, they were collecting revenue, or if we have grants associated with them. And so then if you walk that across, that final column where it says net expense or revenue, that is the amount of those functions that is not covered by revenues that those offices are bringing in. And so I think that's a really good indicator of, we're mandated to provide services to our citizens, but we do not collect revenues to cover those costs by any means. And so,
Quick question,
Yes, sir.
culture, recreation?
So that is, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
It'd be like, some of it would be like trading
So
house.
that's Heart of Texas Fairgrounds.
Okay.
Trading house.
Culture and recreation. And then also, there's capital cost in there. So we have to look at depreciation. So when you look at like fairgrounds, venue project, that's all rolled into there. Venue project is a big one. But yeah, Heart of Texas Fairgrounds is the main piece of that function.
But if you took the first column on what it costs to run that program, and if there were no other grants or contributions to it, that would be the cost then, the 228, 232, 140.
Correct.
And then once you factor in grants, contributions, capital grants, contributions, then it comes back to 134, 950, 541.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what that function is. They're
saying-
spending and then they're bringing in
They're
through
bringing
their
in something,
services.
yeah.
And so then below that section, that's where you see general revenues. And so because these programs don't support themselves and they're not meant to, we have to collect property taxes. We have to rely on sales tax. We rely on investment earnings and just other miscellaneous revenues that come our way. And so that is how we are funding our, primarily funding our budget. And so then again, you'll see there that as you work your way through that financial statement, you again get down to your net position. I just wanted to point that out because I think it's just an interesting way of looking at our costs and our revenues. Any questions before I move on?
Any questions? No. Proceed.
Okay, so now just to get into a little more detail, again, I know it's kind of a broad look at it, but there are 3 fund types that are included in our report. So we have our governmental funds, and so those are all of our ad valorem generating funds, general fund, debt service, permanent improvement funds, whether that fund is collecting tax or it's bond proceeds, special revenue funds, grant funds, our PFC funds, our venue project. So that's what's included when we say governmental funds. The middle column, proprietary funds. So proprietary funds are our self-insured health funds, health, vision, and dental. And so those, you can see what our fund balance was all combined at the end of 22 and how that has changed over the last fiscal year to the end of 2023. And so governmental, of course, has increased. We know, and we'll talk about it in a sec, that we have come under budget. Again, and so that increases our fund balance. That also, of course, includes debt issuances. So that's increased there, but you can see that roughly 20,000 increase from beginning to end for governmental. Proprietary, you'll see there that it has dropped. And so that was, we anticipated that, of course, and Randy McGraw spoke on that last summer. And so that's why, he recommended increasing the premiums. And so, hopefully we'll see at the end of 2024 that made a difference. And then the final column, fiduciary funds. So if you're looking through this report and you come across those are funds that are used to account for assets that we hold as an agent. Not our revenue, never will be, but we still have to account for it and we still have to audit it. So that was important. If you look at those numbers that are flowing through there, a lot of money flows through those funds.
What's an example?
Fiduciary. So other entities' taxes, state revenues, inmate trust accounts, minor trust accounts, seized funds that are pending, court cases. So those are there. So there is a separate report in the book, and I just wanted to point that out. So when you see that, that may make a little more sense. But those are known as fiduciary. So.
Thank you.
And so then if we just look at governmental funds, I just broke this out into some broad headings, but you'll see there again, just walking forward that fund balance, and you can see the funds that increased or decreased within that category. One thing that I really wanted to point out here was that special revenue funds column, the very last. And so that is made up of all of our grants and then all of our special revenue funds that we received, law library, courthouse security. And so when you look at that, roughly 20 million is going in a year and 20 out. And so that's becoming a very large number. And so those are costs that without those special revenue funds, without those grants, of course, the general fund would probably be absorbing a majority of those costs. So I just wanted to point that out, that's that column, for the most part, is not funded through taxes. Looking at net position, so not fund balance, but just that net position number I was talking about that incorporates all of our long-term assets and liabilities. You can see here for 2023, we did end slightly lower than we did the prior year. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think if it hovers there and keeps consistent going forward or increases, it's a 3% drop from last year. And so that's what the difference is between 2022 and 2023. But again, net position, really good indicator of our financial our overall financial position.
We never
Oh,
wanna
sorry,
be-
let me go back.
We never want to be at that bottom.
We do
part
not.
again. That was
We do not. I'm sorry, I'm
awful. That's all right.
struggling.
Isn't that reflected in this financial highlights on 17? Income from general sources, 131, expenses of 135? Is that what shows the difference here?
On that position?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Well, on
So
page
that very
17,
bottom-
under the book, it says, income from general sources revenue total 131.3, with total expenses in excess of program revenues of 135 million.
So it kind of depends on what context it's in, because we look at it in so many different ways. But the reason, even though our fund balance did go up, of course, for this year, probably what's driving that is that, our pension, we may have had less of a pension asset and more of a pension liability, and it has to do with the money that our pension plan has invested, things like that. Actuarial evaluations of our OPEB plan, did we
So really
buy?
non kind of cash flow items then?
Yes, cash flow is included, but it also includes all of those things.
Okay.
Our capital assets less their accumulated depreciation. So, if we didn't purchase assets, if we purchased assets less than what was depreciated, then of course, you have less money invested there and maybe more in debt. But, that'll fluctuate, of course, over the coming years. But definitely, as you can see, big move from the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And I'm jumping around a little bit, but kind of going back to our revenues. So this is just a chart that shows the revenues that are coming into our general fund, debt service, permanent improvement fund. So, and those are the three that we separate the M&O and INS tax rates between. And so I just wanted to kind of, as a visual, show you that sales tax, of course, is growing year after year. Other sources of revenue growing year after year. And so if we can keep our total budget conservative, keep it in check, as those grow, then of course the percentage that property taxes is covering is going to decrease. And so we've hovered around the same, even though our expenses have increased because the cost of doing business has increased. We've been able to hold that percentage of property taxes is covering to a constant. And so it's a little less than 59% that's covered by property taxes. And so all the effort you make for economic development, of course, affects that sales tax number. And then the other sources is based on, activity, fees, and fines. So as our county grows, of course, we see those things grow as well.
For instance, is there a best practices that would tell you what percent of property taxes should be covering as opposed to sales tax and other sources?
I don't think so, because I think, sales tax can vary greatly in areas, especially the other. So I don't think there's a set. But I think it's something, we could look at.
You don't want it to become too dependent upon sales tax.
Yes. It's nice, but,
Right.
Correct.
Now, with inflation and things going.
But I think this is a pretty healthy split between those other two types of revenue other than property taxes.
And the venue tax isn't included in any of those numbers because that's dedicated straight to the.
Yes, sir.
To the venue project itself.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
But are those assets are included in our net position?
Yes. Yes. And that's where sometimes going through the report can be hard because there's so many different combinations of things. But yes, you are correct that's included in our net position. And so talking about, keeping that percentage of our property taxes has remained fairly constant. And I know we look at this a lot, but again, just last 10 years, almost a 21 cent drop in the tax rate over the last 10 years. It's about 38% of the rate. And of course, appraisals have gone up. I mean, we all know that. But our expenses of doing business, of course, have increased as well. And so
That's still a pretty impressive
to be proud of.
chart right there.
And then if we look at expenditures by function for all governmental funds, so this is our general fund, debt service, all our special revenue funds. And so this is how the costs, our expenditures are spread out among those functions. And so I know sometimes the public may question, how are you spending your money? And you can see that the majority of it is all services that are benefiting the citizens of McLennan County. The general government, that green portion at the bottom, those are support services that we have to keep the other functions going. But again, just a way to look at where the expenditures are falling. This is a graph that shows the last, I think it's 13, 14 years, general fund revenues versus expenditures, or inflows and outflows. And again, I know we've looked at this before, like most of them, but before 2013, we were spending more than we were bringing in. And it was working, of course, because we were eating into our fund balance every year. And so you can only do that for so long. So made some changes in the way we were budgeting, and the way you were approving a tax rate. And so then you can see, of course, 2014, we've remained, outflows have remained below inflows.
So I'm really, the decrease in net position obviously then is some sort of accounting, because
yes,
your net cash, if this was your in is increased, and
yes,
your out has remained about the same.
Yes.
I think we need to drill down more on this net position.
Yes, I would love
because
to if y'all
there's
felt like to.
nothing-
And so that's where.
I mean, that's just.
So like last year we had, last year was one of the first years we'd had an asset for our pension plan. This year it went back down to a liability. And so it's hard to see. There's some note disclosures that come behind our financial statements that explain some, but it's hard to put it all in perspective just by glance. But yes, I would love to dig into that some more. But a lot of it is out of our control. So it's up to how our money is invested with TCDRS and what the actuaries are telling us, if life expectancy of our retirees has increased, then our OPEB liability increases. So those are just things that all affect that number. So but this is just literally just, money in and out the door. What this graph is showing for general fund. And so, ultimately because this happens, we're building our fund balance. So, more money is going into our fund balance and we're not dipping into it. We are budgeting, of course, each year for expenditures to exceed our revenues, and bringing our fund balance down. But as long as we come under budget, then, this occurs and there's that gap there. And then that's the increase in fund balance for general fund for the year. We had brought it back together, you'll see in 2022. So we were about 5.3 million there. In 2023, that's opened up to a little over 9 million. And again, just based on coming under budget and revenues coming in higher than anticipated. The next slide, this is budget. So this is general fund, final revised budget compared to actual. And you can see there for the last 10 years, we've stayed pretty steady. In 2020, of course, lots of things occurred and affected our finances in ways we'd never seen before, but we have brought that back together. But you will see that, of course, it looks like it is opening up more for 2023. So I believe it's 7.1 million was the amount for 2022. For 2023, we were 9.9 million under budget. And so a very large number, but it's about 6.9%. So I think when you think about it that way, we have a large budget. So we're budgeting within 6.9% of our expenditures, which I think is sometimes that 9.9 million is large, but then bringing it back down to it's spread out over many, many lines within the budget.
So you're saying we're within 6.9% of what our budget was?
Correct. And so when you put it all, that number is large because our budget is large, but that is that's the amount that we can.
So is that an acceptable amount? I mean, is that an acceptable margin?
I mean, I think it depends if you look at
I mean, is there a
individual
standard?
lines.
Is there a standard out there?
I mean, I think most people would say the lower the better, but I think if you get too close,
I know.
then if something occurs, or if all positions were filled, or, then you're gonna get higher. But this is something, and we'll talk about this more, the next couple of months, of course, but we'll look at where those items, we do this every year, but we'll look at where those bigger chunks of excess budget are, and then work at getting that budget down, or see why we're not spending, and so working with y'all, working with HR, working with all the departments, we'll try to get that as close as we can. So. This next graph, general fund, so this can be related to whenever we're in budget workshops, and we're always looking at that fund balance, that target fund balance, you could relate this to that number. At the top, you'll see it says unassigned and assigned. So if you look at the financial statements, we have to notate the part of fund balance that is held to fund next year's budget as assigned. And so that's why you'll see the two designations, but I have added them together because that's the number that we're used to looking at. And so we ended 2023 with 82 million. And so again, you can see we've tracked up over the years.
So I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
On page 17 of in the financial highlights page, the bottom bullet point says unassigned fund balance for general fund 60.8 million, and then you just said on your graph there you have. So I'm assuming that the other 22 is assigned.
Yes, sir.
To
Yes, and if you look at page 38. And on page 38, in the first column, general fund, at the very bottom, you'll see the breakdown of fund balance. And you'll see those bottom two numbers. There's 21 million for assigned, and then 60.8 for the unassigned. And so that's where that number comes
Page
from.
38?
Yes, sir.
Yes, very bottom left-hand column.
And so that's just, again, accounting standards, we have to, if we planned on using part of that fund balance to cover the budget for next year, which we do, and that's how we we budget to eat into the fund balance, that's that piece. And so that lets
Just to the unassigned.
Unassigned would be what you'd look at then.
Yes. But, when we're in budget workshops, we're combining that because we're working towards, what is the total there to move towards next year. And so that's why I combine those, because this, again, would relate to that number that we're used to looking at.
So that's 82, that's 82 million. What is that number, 82 million?
Yeah, just 82, I think rounded as 82.
And I think you estimated, I just looked at it this morning, that you estimated 79 or 75 million as the budget?
I think, that sounds right. I'm sorry, I can pull it up in a
On
second.
the budget sheet?
Yes, and so then and then coming under budget, revenues, some revenues coming over.
And under budget even more than you were estimating it at.
For the beginning of the year, yes.
Last summer.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And that's, a lot of time, that will happen a lot of times, and, we had things like vehicles that we thought we would have definitely received and expended in 2022. We didn't get them till 2023, things like that. And so, yes, sir. And again, it's based on revenues too, so sometimes it's hard to know what sales tax is going to do as well those summer months. And then taking those numbers, and so bumping it up to actual expenditures. And so you'll see at the end of 23 that would put us at a 63% as expenditures, fund balance as a percentage of operating expenditures is where we ended. And this chart, it bothers me, but the way the lines are, it's skewed. But that red, the far right red bar is the 82 million that we were just looking at, so.
So even with the budgetary process and us trying to squeeze that unassigned fund balance down, we're still showing more than we've ever had.
Yes,
63%.
and so that's, going back to that 9.9 million, it's just pushing it further and further from where we were. And so already we are brainstorming on ideas that we can work through that this summer, look at what's happened, and then if we need to look at putting in some sort of variable for, hey, we're anticipating we'll come under budget. Do we, and we've talked about that some last year, but we'll again revisit that. But you can see there, the last 3 years, we have stayed pretty constant, 62%, 57%, 63, so it's hovering there around that 60% mark, and we'll, again, dive really deep into that the next few months.
So I think when we're in the budgeting process and we have requests come in and all these things
excuse me,
that we put out there, we put them on the list, and then we may have to prioritize them and all of that. Then every time we add or take off of that list, some of them are discretionary.
Yes.
Some of them are, we got to do it. So you show a graph about, so using this percentage is also something to reference to as we make those decisions, like we do the actual dollar amount of fund balance going up and down. So
yes, and we watch that number and that percentage change through the process as we update, like you said, update those decisions.
Right.
Yes, sir. Unless there's anything else on those topics, I was just gonna show a couple of slides on our health insurance fund. This is a combination of health, vision, and dental up there. And so again, you can see for 2023, that expenditure line did cross that revenue line. And so I think that's, in that fund like this, I mean, I think that's bound to happen eventually. But again, efforts were made to correct that in this current year. And so we'll keep you posted on what occurs there. And then proprietary fund only talks about net position, so we never talk about fund balance in this fund, just the net position. But you'll see there, just like we talked about, that we spent more than we brought in, then the net position dropped. But still staying within a reasonable level there. And again, I would anticipate that that's going to jump back up for 2024.
Go back to that slide before that. Right there is the effects of inflation.
Yeah, so we really did see that, a big jump in '22. There was some
Cost of Ozempic and those other drugs and those things.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, the prescription really.
Certain set of drugs that came online that really.
And almost all drugs went up, but that was extremely, and plus it was a additional drug. It actually was, it was a drug that's been around but used in a broader sense.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So I think, and we'll have those meetings with United Healthcare to see where that, and Optum to see where the best places, what are we in best practices on those drugs and things like that.
Well,
I would say there was some abuse.
Yes.
Unfortunately, and it's just how fast that they came online, and how popular they were. So quickly.
Well, we're seeing some pushback on that too, about that abuse and some
We're seeing competition.
but also, if you watch TV, some lawsuits out there on people who had some bad effects of using it for the wrong reason.
Sure, yeah, right, yeah, well, that's out of our
hand,
That's out of our
but that was all just a result of how fast it.
But I think it's very, and United Healthcare was very on top of it. Very, I mean, when you say.
They knew it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I think we need to revisit our formula on this a little bit. I mean, do we need, our, the reserves that we're keeping back? And things like that? I mean, I would really like to,
Agree.
to visit that.
Okay. All right,
And so that concludes my report.
okay. All right.
Good report.
I would just say, I was amazed the question was asked, and you knew right away it was on page 38 without looking. So what's on page 117, quick?
I could probably tell you, we lived with this for months.
Okay.
Hey, we-
Okay, all right, there a motion to approve Francis auditor report.
Have a move.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, Dustin, I think we go to G, which is regarding Bureau of Justice Assistance Grants, and we're gonna pull that with no action.
Judge, let's see, I think we've got, we have a budget amendment, and then, did we need to do anything with D13B, Francis?
No, sir. So I had the December monthly report on there just for recording, but our PDF, only one page made it into the packet, and so we can just record that today. The full report will be in the minutes when those minutes get archived, but it was just for recording. So if you just want to accept that for recording.
All right, I'll make a motion, we accept that for recording purposes.
Second.
That motion is second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, we'll hold item E1, and then under F, budget amendments, F1 regarding the FY24 budget, and F1A is Constable Precinct 1. Francis?
So we have one budget amendment request for Constable 1, and he is requesting to increase his part-time pay line and related taxes and benefits, and for the increase to come from the contingencies line. A portion of this is related to additional part-time deputies that were needed during the Eclipse event, and then another piece of it is related to part-time deputies covering work for full-time employees that are out on leave. And so I know there's memos attached, one for the Eclipse event, which I think he had brought that up to you already before. The other is for the FML leave that some of the employees are on, and I know Anna can help answer questions on that piece if needed.
Any questions?
Motion can be to cover both of them with the 27,252.
All right,
I'll move.
Second.
have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, we'll pull item G1 with no action. Move down to under item H1, regarding the Clinton County Local Provider Participation Fund, the LPPF. This is an IGT under the Hospital Augmented Reimbursement Program. Heather?
Yes, sir. So we have an IGT request for the HARP FY24 final in the amount of $744,753.07, with a due date of May 2nd, a settlement date of May 3rd, and the current balance in the LPPF is $3,916,782.55. Did I get that right?
I think so.
What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second. What he said.
Yeah. Okay, have a motion second, no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you.
H2, Information Technology, Reporting and Strategic Plan, IT Plan 2030. John?
Hello again.
Howdy.
I promise I won't go over it in detail like every word.
Okay.
So approximately a year ago, finished up initial assessment and gave it to each commissioner. And then following on to those recommendations, we now have our IT Plan 2030, which is the strategic plan. It's meant to be a bit vague. And do we have the plan up on the presentation? There we go. If you can move to page II or to the next page.
Excuse me.
There we go. Just our acknowledgement of the judge and commissioners, myself, and I would like to say the IT management team had a heavy hand in this, crafting this along with me. Chiquinta Fisher, our IT support manager, Liana Haynes, our security and compliance analyst, David Nyhart, our IT infrastructure manager, Timothy Reed, the IT project manager, and Aubrey Sefton, our IT office coordinator. Just want to give those folks a shout out. If you could move to page 5, please. Very quickly go over this. So the purpose of this plan, the plan is intended as a guidance for the Information Technology Department planning. It's a culmination of an in-depth process that included initial assessment, research, and input from many stakeholders. This document will provide guidance to set IT priorities for the next 6 years or so. So it's intended to be a guide. It's not intended to be a step-by-step process. And then if we can move along to page 10, just hitting the highlights here. I have provided a copy of this. I forgot to mention that to all of you.
We've already got,
previous to this. And on page 10, we show the IT department vision, so I like to call that out. The Information Technology Department's vision is to leverage technology to transform how McLennan County services the citizens and its businesses. And then our mission, the mission of the IT department is to serve McLennan County government by leading the county's technology strategy, protecting technology, protecting technology infrastructure and assets, and serving as the county's technology consultant and offering innovative and cost-effective solutions for all areas of McLennan County government. The upshot there is we're your technology provider and consultant. If you can move to the next page, page 11, please. In doing this, we had to come up with something that was digestible both for our internal staff and the external folks we were serving. And this kind of sets the stage, if you will, for how we plan to carry out our business. These are our core principles, and they spell out the word forward. It is flexible in our approach, overcoming obstacles, reliably delivering success, willing to challenge our conventions, accountable in word and deed, respectful of each partner's mission, and determined to succeed. And we plan to help this carry us forward. If you could move to the next slide as well. And this is how our vision and mission align with the county's vision and mission. The county obviously needs to be financially responsible and with county resources and effective in its service delivery. We're falling right along in line to that because we're leveraging technology to help the county do that. And the county's mission is to provide essential services to the citizens of McLennan County through the leadership and local elected and appointed officials, and by following the guiding principles of equity, fairness, respect, financial sustainability, transparency, and operational excellence. And our mission, again, is to use technology to enable all of that to happen. And when I mention partners throughout this, it's really our partner departments and employees out there that we're trying to help because they are customer facing. If we can move to page 15, please. So continuous improvement is at the heart of everything we're doing, and it's all of these things that they have to interlock well and they have to work together. The security, customer service, partnership, service delivery, and communication. And within the department, this needs to happen, and then without the department. And one of the key aspects of that, if you'll turn to the next page, is project management. With project management and integrated change management, we need to track all of the things we're doing and be able to report on them so we can learn from the analytics. It'll take us approximately a year to get, again, enough data into our system to be able to analyze it well and to look at trends year over year, quarter after quarter. But once we're able to do that, it can then start to drive our decisions a little bit better about how we allocate our resources and how we do things to support our partners out there. If you'll move to the last page, page 19, I would make two comments. One is, we see all of our departments as partners, not customers. Customers, you do something for, you sell them something or whatever, do a service, and you move on. We're invested in our partner success because we're going to be here with them. The county's been around since 1850. I think we'll be around for a few more years. So things have to be, they have to work long-term. They can't work short-term. And with that in mind, we have to look at the strategic plan more as a living document than something we look at, forget, and move on. The options for updating, anytime a partner department changes their mission or plan, we need to pivot with that. If the county decides to do a new mission or vision, we need to pivot once that happens and work with them. And of course, at the end of year 2030, we need to make sure we've already made another plan for the next 5 years. Try to do that very quickly. I know you've all seen it and probably read it before. If there's any questions anyone has or
Any questions?
comments.
No, sir.
Yeah, good report.
Yes, very good.
Good.
Good planning.
Yep.
We'll be presenting this internally as well to our IT department this Friday, and then we'll be publishing it on our technology page and pushing it out to the county as a whole, so everyone understands the way we plan to go about business.
Okay,
Hopefully they do already, but
yeah.
it'll be codified
All right.
anyway.
I make a motion, we approve this for recording, this report for recording purposes.
Second.
Motion made second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Excellent, John. Thank you.
Right, item H3, authorization of Clinton County credit card purchases. We just need approval to use county credit card to purchase lunch for the city council government meeting scheduled for next Monday, May 6th.
What's on the menu?
It's gonna be, salad sandwiches from Labatt.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Have a motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank you.
Right, on the supplemental agenda, we have two proclamations, B1 and B2, and those need to be deferred.
Okay, I make a motion, we defer items B1 and B2.
Second.
There's a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
All right, and then C1 has already been covered, so Judge, we are ready for department head reviews whenever court is ready.
Okay, it is 11:30 right now. I think we were scheduled to come back at 1:30, but we can do this if you want to. We can break. We're way behind, but we can break and come back and start at 1, or we can try to squeeze one in. So what's the pleasure of the court?
I just assume we
Squeeze.
sit down and do them all at one time.
Add
Go
you.
ahead.
All right.
Anyway, it's fine with me.
Okay, so we're going to recess and be back here at 1 p.m.
And Judge, I don't know, the interpreters, I don't think, there's one action item for department head reviews. I don't know if any action will be taken on that today. I think it would be done after any scoring was done and returned to HR.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to just release the interpreters, because you'll just be calling the court into session and went straight into executive session.
Right, I agree with you. All right, so let's, if you don't mind, let's release those interpreters, and thank you very much. All right, it is 11:28, and we will recess until 1 p.m. all at the same time?
Read them both in at the same time.
I've heard his interview.
Yep.
I mean, he really does, and he cares about the kids, and, you know.
I'm with you, we're gonna be, we'll be a better off. We just can't afford any big injuries.
Recording in progress.
Let's call court back into session, 1 PM. I'd like to go into executive session under section 551.074 of the government code regarding personnel matters, and also simultaneously going under section 551.089 of the government code regarding security. Remaining would be Dustin Chapman and just those that we interview.
And we'll have Anna in as well.
Yes. And Anna. Okay?
I kinda like this new approach, get 3 of them at one time.
Can we do it? Yeah, that
Yeah.
one. There's 3 microphones.
We'd have to use a shotgun instead of the rifle. All right? So, first would be Zane, okay? So if everyone else would step out. And, Dustin, is there a need for Mercedes to hang around, or can we just call her back in? It could be a couple of hours.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we can just call her back in, and
Yeah.
you want me to, like, just, you want to go back across the street so you can,
That's fine.
we'll just let you know when we start the last one. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
guess we need to wait till Commissioner Smith comes back. All right, okay, let's call court back into session. Dustin, is there anything else we need to bring up before court? Any dates out there, anything that we need to be aware of?
We'll just have next regular session on May 7th, next Tuesday.
Okay. Anything else?
Do we want to start looking at a retreat date yet, or do we want to?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that to Cody, but if you don't mind checking on that, we'll see about having a follow-up retreat date.
Early to mid-June, right?
Yeah, let's see what that looks like. And Mercedes, is there anything else? Did we get all the agenda covered?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's nothing else coming before court, we stand adjourned.